Good evening all. How are we all doing? Meow indeed. If you mean 5.5, Peter, yeah, not 5.5 yet, although we are on 5.4 already. I'll just give everyone a couple of minutes to turn up, and then we'll take a look at a video update of the dev shed. All good, thank you, Naito. It's been a busy old day today. Yeah, 5.4.3, I believe, is the most recent stable version, which is what we're on. I won't update to 5.5 until A, all the plugins are updated, and B, it's bedded in a little bit so that we're sure there are no major issues. Sadly, the video player in the conference room doesn't support live streams yet. It's actually a plugin, and the developer that's making that plugin has said they're working on it. So hopefully at some point it will support live streams. Okay, well we've got almost 30 people on stream now, so why don't we go ahead and do this video. If I maximize that and mute the music for a minute. So this is a little weird. This is me recording this earlier, so I now have to watch a video of myself. So here is me talking about the dev shed. Alright, I figured as the build's nearly done, or at least mostly done, we'll do a bit of a tour of how it's all going. So we have a trench, and the reason we have a trench is because that sprung a leak, a really big leak, and it was spraying water about 12 feet into the air. So all that needs to be replaced. And then we're going to have a pipe that runs all the way along here. Sorry it's dark, this is the first chance I've had to record anything. Which takes us up to the dev shed. As you can see, today we had some rock wool put in, which is soundproofed and basically just insulation material. The cabling has been run for the electrics. We got sockets and things going in. We have an abnormally low light switch, so that needs to be moved up. Floor is done. It's insulated and boarded. Obviously ceiling still needs doing. Those walls still need rock wool putting in, which is why all that's there. Let's have a little tour. So in this corner here, we're going to have a small sink and a kettle, which is why that plug socket is there. That's down there for a fridge. It's a little mini fridge, kettle, sink, and that's all my snack and tea needs taken care of. I'll have a small sofa where those rock wool plugs are. And if you come down here, this is the dev desk. And as you can see, we've got a whole bunch of sockets put in. So that's 7 double sockets. That's 14 plugs. I think I'm going to need about 10 because there's 2 PCs, 3 monitors per PC, plus some peripherals. So we'll probably fill all of those up. but that's on a 40 amp feed, so we shouldn't be blowing anything up anytime soon. Yeah, so this is my desk here. Claire's desk will be next to me, and that's a 3 meter span, so I'll probably get 2 1.5 meter desks, and I'm getting one of those ones you can raise up and down, so rather than sitting on my ass all day, I can actually get up and do some stand-up deving. You can see here that we've been scribbling over the walls where to put stuff, so PC is going up there. We're going to stick some extra noggins in between the stud just to screw the PC to. Claire's PC is there. Claire's PC going up there. And we will have a typical set of streamer shelves on this side, and that plug socket down there is specifically just for a whole bunch of LED lights because I am a literal unicorn. And yeah, that's it. So that's the dev shed in its entirety. It's not a huge space, but it'll be enough for what we need. And the important thing is, aside from all the power and desk space there, is this area which is currently covered in crap. This is going to be the VR development area. So there's plenty of ceiling space. I mean, I'm 6 foot, and I can only just touch that, so I'm not going to be clonking the ceiling with VR controllers very often. And all the lights are going to be spotlights, so nothing's going to be dangling down. Yeah, which gives us all this space for VR dev. And that's it. That's where we're at. As for when it's going to be ready, we've still got to clad the outer walls with this anthracite concrete boarding stuff. Essentially it's fireproofing. The rock wall's also fireproof, so it's going to have an 1.5 hour burn through. Oh, light's gone off. No, battery's dying. Oh well, I'll just do it without the light. Yeah, so we've got the cladding to go on the outside, boarding to go on the inside. First fix is done for all the electrics. So yeah, I reckon about maybe mid next week it should be ready for carpeting and painting, and then I can move in. So yay for that. And yeah, I can't show you anything else because my camera died. Bye. So there we go. There is the dev shed. Really looking forward to getting into it. Heating, the computer itself and the fact there's going to be 2 of them, they do kick out a lot of heat as they are. And there's a lot of insulation. So we're probably going to be facing too much heating as it is. But in winter, if it gets too cold, we'll just plug in a little electric heater. It's a small space, and like I said, with 2 computers running 24/7, it's going to stay warm. yeah. Sorry, that was a video. That wasn't me doing that live. I did consider doing it live, but I didn't quite know how to do the switch over, so I thought, I'll just record it. It's easier. Okay, music is back. I did an Orville build once where all the walls were made of plywood. That was quite amusing. Perhaps we can do that as an April Fool's on the ship. Make all the ship framework use like fiberboard. And we're aiming to go to early access towards the end of next year. Definitely Q4. And if we can't get it done by Q4 2025, then hopefully early 26. But it depends on how much we can get done and how quickly we can do it. The Halloween sort of seasonal overlay that we've got within the game does need a lot more stuff adding to it. I'm not sure I'm going to have time to be able to do anything for that this time round, but at some point that will be fleshed out some more. Make some Halloween bunting and some orange lights and some green lights and that sort of thing. Yeah, well, dimensionally, it's basically 6 meters long on the inside, about 2.5 to 3 meters wide at the narrowest end, and closer to 4 meters wide at the widest end where the front doors are. So it's a decent space. So other than that, what have I been doing? Let's have a quick run through of where we're at. So on the last stream, we were just adding the orrery functionality to the holo display, and just going through the long range sensors and polishing and fixing all the minor silly issues that we have with it. I've done some of that work as well on the medium range. In fact, to the point where the medium range is feature complete in terms of what's there now, but we do also have some space to fill up here. So I think we need just some detailed toggles that we can turn on and off. I fixed the ship distance functionality. So this doesn't change anything on the holo display, but you'll see if I zoom in a bit. Right now, by default, it will show you the distance to the star. That should read 0, so that needs fixing. And if you click ship distance, it then flips over to show you how far these things are away from the ship itself. I think I need to make these like auto scale width-wise. Obviously, they've been sized to fit the fact that they're in a tree, but they're not in a tree when it's on this mode. Unless I put the ship at the top, so we have the ship there and then there are trees from the ship, but probably easier just to widen them. It will now also automatically convert from kilometers to AU, so as soon as this distance gets 0.1 AU or greater, it will display the value in AUs instead of kilometers. And that's on both of these as well. So there's that. The orrery map has its color bandings back. So if we do target aligned to the center, you can see that we've got our color banding there. Where previously this was a volumetric cloud effect, it is now just a textured sphere. An inverted textured sphere, so you can stand inside it still. But I think what I'll do is maybe make it just a textured plane, because one of the issues we have now with it, if I press the right button, is as we zoom in, you can see that we kind of lose the blue as we're going in. So as you pass beyond the boundary of each sphere, they sort of fade out, which they wouldn't do if that was a 2D plane. And then we'll just render the circle onto the 2D plane. Always have that plane facing the player camera, and then you'll be able to zoom in and out exactly as you can like this, but without it fading in and out. Which would probably just look a bit cleaner. So we'll do that. So that should be correct for all the systems. And oh yeah, you'll notice there's a bit of text hidden behind there. I tried experimenting with adding a hard distance on the long range sensors as to how far they can perform a survey. So if we switch to that and we give it a bit of distance, zoom out a bit so we don't have any labels taking up all the space. So I've set the range to 2,000 light years. So this system here, for example, being that it is more than 2,000 light years away, when you click View Detail, it now says this. So rather than giving you a list of what's actually there, it will do an estimation of how many planets there might be based on the mass that's unaccounted for. So we did some theory crafting in Discord regarding how the long-range sensors actually work. And the idea that we've honed in on is essentially they look at a point in space and they look at the curvature of space-time in that point in space. So if you're looking at a star, then obviously space-time has a curvature to it due to the gravity of that star. Now if you zoom out ever so slightly, then you have the curvature of the star and all of the mass that's around that star affecting space around that point. So by working out how much mass is required to create that curvature, and then deducting the star's mass from that value, that leaves you with how much mass is not taken into account, and that's how much mass the planets must be. So you can extrapolate the mass of all the planets combined, and then if you take an average value for the average planet mass in the galaxy, then you can use that to estimate how many planets there might very well be in that system. And that's based purely on the unaccounted for mass. So if the sensors, or rather if the star is too far away for the sensors to clearly resolve individual planets, then that's the sort of thing it will do. Obviously this needs doing in a more visually pleasing way, but that's the general idea behind it. If we take it down below 2,000 light years and just pick a random star, you can see we now have our list of unknown bodies. And the lore behind how that works is that star system is close enough that the individual impact on space-time caused by those planetary objects is resolvable by the sensors. So not just the overall curvature of the system, each planet individually is also affecting space-time and applying an amount of curvature, and at that distance the sensors can pinpoint that and pick that out. So that's how it knows how many planets there are and how big those planets are, because it can see how much curvature is being caused on space-time. So how it does that, I think is up for debate, but that is how it works. It can visually see the curvature of space-time. So when it's looking at a system, if you were to do that in a heat map, you'd obviously see bright points in the heat map where the curvature is greatest, and all those little dots would be the planets around any given star. So it doesn't require transition across the star or anything like that to know that a planet is there. Yeah, and then the survey, what that's doing is that's actually really pointing everything at that system and resolving the data over a longer period of time. So rather than just passively looking at the curvature of space-time, it's really focusing on it and trying to glean as much information as it can. So if we run our survey on that system, making sure this still works, so all those unknowns on the orrery map should suddenly flick into the correct type of planet, which they did. Hurrah! So because the sensors took more time over it, they were able to, again, using the curvature of space-time, they were able to work out how much mass those planets must be, and therefore how big they are. But the nice thing about relying on the curvature of space-time to work out A, how much mass something has, and B, how many of those things there are, is that works over any distance, because essentially it's just a telescope. So it's looking at a region of space and seeing the curvature. So it doesn't need to send or receive any signals. It's literally just looking at what it can see, which is nice. And the distance on that is basically just a resolution problem. Yeah, definitely. Black holes should stick out like a sore thumb using this type of sensor hardware. I'm not sure if we explained it last time, but we've also defined how the GPS mode works as well. So up there, which you can't see because it's not on the test map, is the XNav dish. And the reason it's XNav, that's actually a real thing. It's like X-ray timing and navigation something. It's got a long definition, but essentially it looks at pulsars, and it's essentially just an X-ray telescope which is looking at the timing and frequency of pulsars that's within its visual field of view. So what it's doing is it's just casually spinning around, just recording all of the pulsar timings that it comes across, and then it compares those pulsar timings against a database of known pulsars to know where the ship is in the galaxy. Just a simple extrapolation. So that is the simplest form of sensors that the ship has. And the list of stellar classes within that sector is information you've brought with you from Earth. So this is stuff that Earth knows is there, because Earth obviously has bigger, more powerful hardware pointing all over the place. Yeah, not yet, CSI. Maybe next week. Yeah, so that's that. Yeah, all that's working on there. Now you'll notice on the development build, some systems, when you click them, will double highlight. And the reason they're double highlighting is because they have the same galactic coordinates. And that's because they're a binary system. We don't have support for binary systems yet, so that is going to be broken for the time being. So like where you've got 61 Cygni, you can see that both of these have the same coordinates, and when you click view detail, it'll just show you the first one as it is in the database. So whichever of those stars comes first in the database rows, that's the one you see as the system. But obviously, once we have support for multi-star systems, these will be fixed. Details, of course, the information stuff is all done there. So as for tonight's job, we need to maybe add a few more things on here. I think turning the heat ranges on and off is a very simple button we can add. That's kind of a nothing burger, really. And then we just need to have a think about what other things we can put here for the medium range sensors. Obviously we can align the display to our selected object, or we can just align it to the ship and have it not do that. And obviously we can list it according to whatever we want to list it towards. I can't think what other things we can put here. There were some suggestions on the last stream actually, and I can't actually remember what they were. Yeah, things like other ships, we're going to have to find a practical way of displaying those on the sensors. Obviously the sensors are always running in passive mode, so if anything comes into range it should appear as part of the passive scan. It's just a case of deciding what things are visible at what ranges. So obviously if something's at FTL, we'd expect that to show on the long range sensors, because that's a really noisy object that the sensors can pick out passively. So if there's a ship at FTL, that should appear on here. Things like stationary structures like stations, I imagine they're going to require a survey. So when you arrive in a system and you're just seeing planets, when you do that survey, it will also then show up any static objects within that system, and including moons as well. Yeah, I think if there was a megastructure around a star, so I suppose something like, say, a Dyson sphere is an interesting one. Obviously, the star itself is still going to be affecting space-time because it still has that mass. Visually, it might be dark because there's a Dyson sphere around it, but it's still, impacting space-time. So that would perhaps be listed as a Dyson sphere, or at least an unknown object. Like this is a really dark object that has mass, but not enough mass to be a black hole. So what is it, sort of thing? Yeah. I mean, I suppose you could confuse a Dyson sphere with a stellar mass black hole quite easily, because it has the same mass, it has the same curvature on space-time, and you can't see it because it's dark. So, it would smell like a black hole. Yeah, I think, in terms of the game, we'll just put that as an anomalous object, or just as an unknown object. Which should pique people's interest enough to make the effort to go and explore it. Yeah, wormholes is an interesting one, and I think we'll limit those to medium range only. There's nothing particularly noisy about a wormhole, so yeah, if you pass within a system and there's a wormhole present, then that would show up on the medium range scan. And then of course we have short range, which has issues, but that's only because it's not finished yet. Yeah, a filter, is not an unreasonable idea. I guess as systems get more fleshed out, you're going to have multiple classes of objects. So, if you only want to see technology items rather than planets getting in the way, then you could perhaps set it to tech signatures only. And then only see those on the list. I think there's value in that, certainly. I'm sure we can fill it up. So how about tonight then? We focus on the short range, because this is the one that needs the most work doing to it. And we should be able to hopefully get to the point where we're generating like surface maps that have different layers, things like city lights, that sort of thing. The data is there, so we should hopefully be able to spit out some masks that we can apply over this. Yeah, I thought it, Peter, I just didn't say it. Actually, the other thing we need to do with this is flip this. Because we're taking a three-dimensional cube map from within there to display this, it's of course mirrored, so that needs flipping over. Although the Earth one wasn't mirrored, so that... Oh no, of course the Earth one's not captured, is it? Or is it? I shall have to investigate. Yeah, the ability to favourite locations and recall them back later is definitely something that's on the to-do list. And I think with the Sensors UI as a whole, I'm going to have a little home button up here, not unlike an Apple device. So when you click the home button, you'll have like an app screen rather than the UI. And there'll be various versions of this that you can then bring up. So rather than having the active sensors that you've got here, maybe an astrometrics mode where you can access things that you've already scanned in the past. And that would give you access to essentially everything you've explored to date, to be able to be, record later. Yeah, the idea of every console being able to be any console. So, you would press the home button and you'd have the Sensors app and the Astrometrics app, but also, engineering, tactical, and whatever else we put on there. So, it then wouldn't matter which station you're sat at to do the job. That's entirely doable. But it will get complicated when it comes to NPCs and having NPCs knowing where they're sitting. It's not an insurmountable problem, but it's something that's going to require a bit more thought. Yeah, there will definitely be keyboard shortcuts for every button. They may not necessarily be keyboard shortcuts that are particularly easy to use, because we want to add support for devices like Game Glass and Voice Attack. So it'll be things like Control-Alt-Shift-1, Control-Alt-Shift-2. The more obscure we can make them, the less they're likely to conflict with other things. And then, depending on which chair you're sat in, those same shortcuts will do different things. So Control-Alt-1 might be Galactic Mode here, whereas Control-Alt-1, if you're sat in that chair, would fire up the FTL drive. But that does mean that when you're sat in those chairs, Voice Attack and Game Glass will just naturally work. DAC, yeah, not in this patch cycle, but in the next patch cycle, we're going to remove some of the controls from this UI for the holo display specifically, and apply them on here so that the captain or commander, whoever, can have more control over what's displayed whilst they're stood there. So they'll have like a little holo panel that they can access. Obviously there still needs to be some interaction with the guy sat at the sensor station, but for things like zooming in and rotating, they'll be able to do that directly on the display without the sensors guy needing to have any input in that. I doubt we'll go that deep, Boulder. And yeah, user-defined layouts for apps is again, it's probably out of scope somewhat. Those are deep rabbit holes that just keep on going. And see you, BC5. Thanks for joining the stream as always. Right, so we need this little dude here, which is our planet painter. And there's a whole bunch of functions running on this, and what those do is generate the materials used by the holo display, the sensors UI, and in the future also the planets themselves. So what we need to do is take the functions from the individual classes that generate the planets, copy them onto here, and tune their outputs accordingly, so that they're more suitable for a holo display output. And I think the first job we need to do there is we need to make sure we're properly establishing when a custom texture is used rather than a procedural one. So we don't need that specific one. We do need that one. Don't need that one. Might need to add more to this. So we'll keep that hanging around. Okay, so our main function is actually a blueprint interface, and what that does is it generates the material and then sends that back where it came from. Right, so those are the procedural ones, and we need to set this boolean to tell it that it is a manual texture. So on the short range, we should be calling that function. Somewhere. It should be when it's clicked. Let's grab a copy of the list item a minute. You'll do. Okay, so we're firing that through there. That goes to there, that goes to there. Right, and then we're firing generate texture there, which takes us back to here, which is there. Ah, yeah, there we go. That's the bit we want. Right, so that's what we're not defining. According to YouTube, the stream doesn't have enough bandwidth, so keep an eye on that. I'm not running on Starlink right now because with all the builders outside, I didn't want the dish getting damaged, so I brought it indoors. Right, so what we do actually have here is we have our actor class. should be able to do something with this. So if that equals textured master, I believe. That one. So the child classes should still resolve true with that, although that is probably going to be more reliable. Let's give that a quick try a sec. So this should fix like Earth and Mars not coming up with proper textures. Let's go to Earth a minute. Should be next to Earth somewhere. Where are we? Yeah, we are. Next to Earth. So we should have Earth there. Okay, so the short range isn't picking up the fact that this has actually been scanned, so that needs adding. It doesn't highlight either, so that needs adding. And that definitely resulted in a false value there. Didn't generate the map. But it did there. Okay. Interesting. I think I know why. I suspect this has the same problem where it's not requesting that properly. Yeah, there. Okay. So that is child of textured planet. Should fix that as well. It's definitely still not Earth. There we go. Yeah, so we're having to click it twice, which is annoying. So this is an example overlay I made for showing text signatures on the surface. So what it's going to do is it's going to take the mask that's made for the city lights, and it's going to turn that into essentially just a glowing highlight. So we can, for any planet that has technology on its surface, you'll see those text signatures appearing on the map. Should be pretty cool. Yeah, don't swim in that water. And again, of course, that's also displayed on here. So we still have a problem whereby once we request the texture from this, what it should be doing, so we're using an async load, and then it shouldn't send that material until that async load is complete. Some of these extra tabs a sec. Okay, so if we, yeah. So we want to essentially not do this at all. We want to do this here. So that's applying that there. Now the interesting thing is, it's even though we are waiting for the async load to complete, it's still trying to display the output before it's been generated, which is why we have to click it twice. That's true for us as well. We can potentially use it for that as well. So this is probably the previous texture that's still on the render target. And if we go back to it, now it's the one we wanted, which means it did generate, just not straight away. Okay. So don't want that one a minute. And on here we should have that blueprint interface. There, which is literally just sticking that material on the sphere. Just wondering whether we just delay it one tick. Yeah, Tycho, exactly that. I don't like to add arbitrary delays, because a delay on one computer is going to be different to a delay on another because of differences in frame rate. So delays are really unreliable, because it will work on one machine but not another. But a single tick should be alright. was interesting. Yeah, let me just make sure that was consistently doing that. Yeah, CSI, I thought I'd fixed it, but obviously not. So when I click the surface map there, it's generating the texture there. Now the question is, did that actually fix it or not? Or was that just a red herring? No, that was just a red herring, so it's not that. Although, what we can do is give it a much longer delay and see whether or not it is in fact a delay issue or not. Let's give it a second. Okay, definitely not that then. What if we clear the render target first, and then do it? So, of course, yeah. So on the holo display, we're not actually even using a render target. We're just applying the material direct. So that's not even relevant. Which means either it has a default texture on it already, or something odd's happening. Yeah, it's just using a white ball, so it's definitely getting a texture from somewhere. Interest. Let's see whether it's actually generating a procedural texture. No, it's actually a procedural Earth-like with no temperature specified, which is why it's like fully in Ice Age. See, as soon as I clicked on that, then it immediately generated procedural texture. So that's what it's doing. It's generating that texture before you've even clicked on anything, which we don't want it to do, of course. So I'll see where that's coming from. And then that, as soon as I click it, it should say loading texture. Yeah, okay. Why is it doing it twice? Oh, I know why. Because once for the surface map, once for that. Okay, so I think it's doing things too many times here. So when you click on the planet in the list, that's when it should generate the texture. When you click this, it should just be loading that data from from memory. It shouldn't be generating the texture at this point. Okay, so let's work out why. Why is it doing that? Once we've got this working consistently, then we can start adding some additional layers to it. So, ascending short range open map. What's that doing? So, open map. That's you. Just sending that through to there. Yeah, definitely. See, all that's doing is changing the visibility of the map. Which means it's probably doing a texture generation in here somewhere. They're all disconnected anyway. It's basically some stuff I copy pasted from the other modes that's not actually being used for anything, so that can get out of the way. It's just muddying the waters. Oh, that's exactly why I went and made this test map, because yeah, waiting a couple of minutes for the game to load every time I want to see whether or not one value changed gets tedious quite quickly. So I can't see anything there actually generating anything. So is it doing it on this side? No. So the only thing I can think of is that this isn't being cleared. I wonder whether that's what it is. So we need to make sure that when we send action messages through, we're not sending any updates without having specified an action message, even if it's nothing, because otherwise it doesn't reset that this was the action message last time, so of course it will keep running the same one. I don't believe it is actually that in this case. So So if it's not doing it on the sensors, it must be coming from the holo display, maybe. Okay, so the only place that actually does that is here. Right, are there any other references to this? That seems redundant. Why are we doing that? What about you then? This one, which we can delete. And that one. That's just part of the BPI, so we can ignore that. So this is only happening once. Nothing doing it on the widget, which there shouldn't be, so that makes sense. What about on here? Again, it's only happening there. Hey, Simply Don't Roll. We are dealing with some texture generation shenanigans. Things not happening quite in the order we want them to. So we're just picking through the code, looking for problems, essentially. All they do is generate the material and send it back as an interface. That loads texture and then sends it back as an interface. Okay, and then here we have that's right, so a similar thing here. We can potentially do away with that. And I think the reason we needed to pass this off as a function in the first place is because it was doing a non-real-time async task. So you can't do that from within a function. It has to be done from the event graph, which is probably why it was set up the way it was. Oops. So that basically removes that from the equation. That's our scene capture for the 2D map, which of course the holo display doesn't need because it's to just applying it to the ball. Yep, we will get to the bottom of it. Right, so it's generating a procedural texture the moment we switch to the short range sensors, which it shouldn't be doing. It should only do that when that is clicked. So you click it, it generates the texture, and that one's doing it properly. Follow that daisy chain through. So we're triggering this. Only sending that action message. So that should not be true. Let's see, is that for some reason returning true? Because that would cause to what we're seeing. Okay, so that's actually... It's being triggered without triggering that print screen. That one is only doing it once. Well, that's interesting as well. So when we click that, we're only getting one true value coming up, which means that that texture is being generated outside of this. Leave that there for a minute. Oh wow, Jeff Capes, there's a name I haven't heard in a very long time. Okay, so here's something we can do then. We can if we grab the name of the class that's requesting it, that should help us narrow it down. And our survey says It's the holo display. Right, okay, so what is that holo display doing then? Okay, so basically it's just going ahead and doing this. There are no checks in place as to whether it should. Right, so that if we grab the action message from this, basically copy that. Yeah, because we don't want it to ever generate the texture unless we're actually literally clicking on that item. So that should stop it. So pop that in a bit there. It's going to be a bit spaghetti-ish for a while until this is working as we need it, and then I shall clean it up and add comments and all the usual stuff. Right, okay, so now it should not generate anything until that item is clicked on. So that, great, it's done nothing. If I click that, it should do it once. Oh, twice, sorry, yeah, because it has to do this. So when I click this, it should not do it again. Great, okay. Okay, so what that tells us then is it did generate the map, because obviously it's not showing us any log spam, so it only did it once. And I'm wondering whether it's because the holo display and the UI are both requesting it at the same time. Is there an overlap there? Let's see whether it's consistently the UI that gets the texture. Okay, so they both generate that, and that gets it. Narrowing it down. So now that's good. Right, so on here then, if we this hanging around for longer, what we're looking for is the UI triggering the texture generation first, and therefore is that stealing the generation so that the holo display doesn't have a chance to get it. No, actually, is the answer to that, because the most recent item appears closest to the top, so the holo display is actually doing it first. Which means it must be applying it too late. Of course, that's already got it, because it's already applied it. Okay, so on the event graph for this, so we're applying it just immediately there, like that. And then on the holo display, on its event graph, we are doing the same there. So event apply material, stick it straight on the sphere, apply material, stick it straight on the sphere, and of course the only thing this one's doing differently is it's capturing a scene capture to make the cube map. But fundamentally they're both applying material to a sphere. Yeah, I don't think this is necessarily a multiplayer issue. I think what's probably happening is it's a dual access issue. So you've got two classes both trying to load the same texture at the same time. Now, I can't think of any reason why they wouldn't be able to. I mean, surely two classes can access the same resource. They are just reading it, they're not locking it for any reason. Unless the async load does lock it for some reason. That could be a factor. I mean, surely this is guaranteed to stop one of them not getting it, but let's try it and see. Huh. Interesting. Alright then, so the issue is the async load. It should work, however, if we add a delay, literally just a single tick delay in there, will that fix it? Yeah, the red lights on the surface are not actually lights in this instance. It's one of the detail overlays, so that's showing surface structures. So on the sensors, you will be able to turn on different modes, and one of those will be surface structures or technology signatures, something like that, and it will highlight red to show that it's detecting something. Okay, yeah, so this isn't a timing thing. I think this is a parallel access problem that we're dealing with here. So it must be the case that during an async load, you can't have two classes trying to access the same resource, which is news to me, but that does seem to be the behavior we're seeing. So if we just do it non-async, which only applies to pre-textured planets, so that's basically anything in the Sol system that's been pre-textured, will need to load that texture. For the other ones, they shouldn't need to. Though some of them do actually have texture stamps that they load, so we'll see about those on a per case basis. That's interesting. Did I not wait long enough? Perhaps it was just me not waiting long enough. Let's give that a quick whirl. Yeah, it's just me not waiting long enough, I think. I think it helps that I wrote the underlying code to begin with, so I have, in the back of my head, at least what the plan was with how it was supposed to function. So, yeah, that helps with debugging. If this was someone else's code that I was debugging, I would be lost, and I'd have to be asking people. Right. So actually, let's test one more planet in the Sol system, and then let's go for a procedural planet just to test that one. So let's just go across to Mars. Bosh. So if I click that and then that, you should see the ship fly in. Hoorah! What I like about this now, if we zoom like all the way in, you can actually see relatively how far the ship away is from the planet. Which is there. Okay, so that took longer to load. And of course it is now loaded, so it's going to be instant. what I might have to do is, rather than loading the texture separately on the holo display and the sensors, is to only load it on the sensors and then pass it to the holo display separately. So you're not accessing that file twice. The latter one, the ship is static and the galaxy moves around it. Let's go look at the procedural system. Something I did, by the way, and this is a silly little thing, but quite effective. You'll notice that if we go to like a tiny star system like this one and view details, you'll see everything fits, even though the furthest planet out is 0.44 AUs away. If we go to, say, Sirius, again you'll see everything fits, and the furthest planet is 200 AU away. So what it does is, before drawing this, it works out how far away the furthest object is, and then scales the display to that object. In fact, I might add an additional 10% so that it's actually just completely clear on that object. It just means that if you're just browsing through systems like this, you know that it's always going to fit, which is useful to know. Just notice actually it's showing the ship, which it shouldn't do because you're not in this system, so that's a bug that needs fixing. For our purposes, we need a gas giant. There's one. Let's go over there. Now that worked nicely as well. You can see that zoom in, zoom. It's nicely highlighted and it automatically goes between objects. So that's where we're off to. And we are now there. Okay, so that's good. So that loaded instantly. And we have our surface map. Perfect. Obviously it's not perfect because it's shadowing, but that is only because I don't believe that's an emissive material. So let's just have a look at that a sec. So gas giant, we are don't think we need this switch. Of course, no, we do need the switch because, yeah, if we start using this for all planets, not just the holo display, then yes, we do need the switch. So that's obviously not being ticked. Am I missing that tick? Oh yeah, I am. That there. That's not ticked there. Which means it must not be ticked on here. There, but missing the tick. That would be why. And I'm assuming we're also missing the tick on here as well. So generate texture in here, holo display tick. Right. Okay, that should stop the day-night thing happening. Although we will resurrect the day-night thing as an overlay, which I think would be quite cool. There we go. That's better. It's kind of flat and boring when it's not all like properly shadowed. What I might do is use the what would normally create shadows as a gradient map, so we can apply that shadowing, because it takes the direction of the light from the star and it applies that to create artificial shadows. We find said gas giant. So you can see there's shadowing under the clouds, which is not there on this version. So that one's working anyway. Yeah, so really we just need to go through all these and just test them all, make sure they're all properly generating. Including the star itself, that needs to also generate. What else do we have in this system? Let's start from that one, I guess. Thinking. If I do -2 scale on that, I should technically flip the texture. So under there, that's kind of flipped that way. It's going the other way. Okay. Perhaps a gas giant's not the best target. I think that feature there is that feature there. Yeah, so that is right. It did flip it. So that means that the map on the screen, the 2D map, now reflects exactly what we're seeing here. So what have we got there? So that bit there is that bit there. Not quite the same brightness, so it's difficult to compare. But yeah, and then that little bit there is that little bit there. So yeah, they're definitely the right way around. Good, 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 good. So where this gets interesting is where we're generating these planets from this material, specifically the hollow one. Things like the cloud layer, we need that to now be toggleable. So ideally, we need to either use mesh data, custom mesh data for it, or maybe a dynamic material instance for it. It's kind of more performant to use custom mesh data. Which means we need to change how some of this is added. So I believe that should just turn off the clouds completely. Yeah. Where's it getting these lerps from? What do you look like? Right, you're just a mask. That's nice and simple. So rather than lerping that, then if we just add that on. Ideally, it's going to be that times that. So there, so that gives us the ability to retain our color, so we should be able to make them pink. Yep. Okay. We don't need that lerp. That can go away. And then the same is true here. That should just be... yeah, that's just a mask for the shadows. So again, rather than lerping that, yeah, as long as that's... just make sure that that is clamped to a 0 to 1 range. And if we get rid of them, multiply the base texture by that. So that's our base texture, which is just the surface. If we multiply it by the cloud mask, that will give us the shadows, should be the cloud shadows. Right, so that needs to be inverted, so do that. Multiply that by -1. Which did not help. that's better. Right, so that gives us our shadows for underneath the clouds. And then we just add the clouds on top of the shadows. There we go. Right, that's that working as we want it. But now that we have those, what we can do thanks, Simply. No, I've been using Unreal for about, I don't know, about 7 years, I guess. I don't know whether that makes me a veteran or not. I'm entirely self-taught, so this is just years of trial and error. Like, I'm literally doing trial and error right as we speak, trying to figure this system out. So what I want to be able to do in this example is make the clouds a toggleable layer in a way that is programmable from the UI. Now I could use static switches for this as a switch parameter, but if I do that, then I need to use material instances, which isn't necessarily needed. So by using custom mesh data, I can just stick in a scalar value like this, and just call it like clouds opacity, as if autosave would let me type. And then essentially we multiply that by that. Just wondering how to do that with the shadowing though, because we don't want to apply any shadow if the cloud layer is off. so that's our mask. Yeah, that's our shadow mask there. So really that needs to be entirely white. So I suppose, yeah, in this instance we do need a linear interpolate. And the alpha for that would be our opacity. So a value of 1 would be as we want it. And then a value of 0 would be 1, which is a case, essentially, you multiply the base texture by itself, so you're just multiplying it by 1, which means there's no change. So if we have a look at that there, assuming I got that the right way around. So here we have our base texture, clouds opacity. Did I get that the wrong way around? Looks like I did. So that's that. So why is it giving me the same for both? So if we lerp from 0 to 1, then 1 would be white, 0 would be black. That makes perfect sense. So 0 should be the cloud texture. Why is it not? Because it's gone from there as well, apparently. Huh? See, and then something like that happens. It's like, where's the texture gone? Like, why have you lost my texture? It's there. Oh, because I've used the same scalar name, parameter name. That's why. So yeah, so if you have obviously two scalar parameters with the same name, obviously they're going to get the same value. So this needs to be called something else like that. And then we need to fix what we just broke. So that needs to be that. Right, yeah, that makes more sense. I thought something weird was going on. Right, yeah, so in this instance then we want to do this the other way around. So if that's 0, we get no shadows. If it's 1, we get shadows. Perfect, that's exactly what we want. And then I can control this scalar value from the mesh itself with a custom data point. So we just need to change that to custom primitive data, and then we can sort that out. Which means we do need to do the same from here. So in this case, our lerp would be if so we want to add 0. So if that is 0, we're adding 0, and if it's 1, we're adding our actual clouds. Like so. So a value of 0 turns the clouds off, a value of 1 turns the clouds back on again. So just need to give this a more sensible name, something along the lines of hollow clouds. Yeah, that'll do. Give that one the same name. And then we'll make this a custom primitive data. That one as well. Now, something I've noticed with custom primitive data is it doesn't seem to matter what you do as your default value. It will completely ignore it, which is frustrating to say the least. But if we now apply that to a sphere once it's busy saving itself, just to labour to the point a bit. Sphere, pop in a sphere. What was that? That was Rocky Hollow. No, wasn't that one. Barren Hollow. Right, so here's our mesh without clouds. If we now go into custom primitive data and we add essentially that, it's already picked up that it recognizes that that's there. That's new as of 5.4, by the way. I don't remember it doing that before. But now we can turn clouds on and off from the mesh itself, which means if we weren't using Nanite, we can have any kind of data on here without causing additional draw calls. So you could have 10 copies of this mesh, each one with separate values, and it'd still be the same number of draw calls, which is really cool. Right, so now that we have that, we can start building up essentially catalogs of layers for each material, and then we can control those layers directly from the holo display UI, from the sensor UI. Sorry, CSI. I'll try and be more entertaining. Although I think I've caught Claire's lurgy, so I've got a little bit of a sore throat. So I can't be my usual smooth talking self. Right, what more layers do we need? She's fine, thank you. She still has a bit of a cough, which you might hear in the background every now and then. But other than that, she's fine. Exactly, Zoke. I shall channel my inner Stephen Fry. So something occurs to me, actually. We haven't got a city lights layer on the barren planet. Really, it should do. Because just because it's barren doesn't mean they won't have, structures of some kind. What's this? Oh, that was that was me experimenting with procedural clouds, and it went really badly. Does it actually work still? So, yeah, I was trying to generate a procedural cloud layer just using the material, and this is kind of how far I got with it. It kind of works, but as you can see, the clouds just don't look very realistic. I mean, up close they're all right. You can be fooled into thinking that's a cloud, but as soon as you start zooming out, the uniformity of the noise is just too uniform. I've layered noise upon noise upon noise, and it's just not good enough. So that needs more work. I'll keep it around though. I will come back to that at some point. Always the case. So clouds. Nothing useful for us there. That one was craters. That's landmass. Okay, so that generates our height map. So this should be our grayscale height map. So what we want to do is essentially moving forwards, we need to, with all of the planet texture generation, we need to start really separating out these layers. So this is the base height map that's generated procedurally, but we then need to start using this for driving other things like forestry. You're not going to get forestry in mountainous areas, for example. So things like that need to start being taken into account. And so that's just basically using the height map to drive a color lerp. Nice and straightforward. Right, if we go to the where's the earthy one gone? There it is. Right, so this one's using the height map data to generate surface lights. So basically we just need to take that. So essentially all of this. We don't need to worry about our sky atmosphere for now. Although actually before we do the surface one, let's grab this a second. That should give us our day-night cycle. I need to start converting some of these to material functions so that I can drag them in as needed. Essentially the last thing we need to do is add the day-night cycle. So that should just be a black and white image. So that's our day-night cycle there. We don't want it to be that extreme. So this is another quick win, essentially. Because again, using the lerp, we can configure our day-night cycle display. That's a good point, Daniel, yeah. What am I doing? Right, so I need to lerp this one. And again, we need a scalar for that, and we'll call that, oops, stupid autosave. Right, so we're going to multiply everything by 1. If we're not using a day-night cycle. If we are using a day-night cycle, we need to multiply it by that. So if we look at our preview, so there's our day-night display. And if we set that to 0, that should get rid of it. Set it to 1, it should bring it back. Obviously 0.5 makes it quite severe, but for our purposes we just want to stick to 1 or 0 for on or off, and then we can multiply this accordingly. So let's look at our mask a minute. I'm just thinking about how I want to do this a minute. So that definitely needs inverting because we're going to multiply it by that value. So that's fine. Yeah, we'll definitely be supporting tidally locked at some point. Essentially, we will do a dot product with the direction of the star. So like here, how we've got our day-night cycle from the sun direction, we'll use this for doing tidally locked. So if we were to, I think actually on this one we can, yeah, so you see like that. More, not quite that much. Yeah, so something like that. So we can use a mask like this to do the tidal locking. So, you know, that area there would be like ocean with landmass around it. Yes. So there's actually a fairly straightforward calculation you can run. So based on orbital distance, relative mass, and that sort of thing, you can work out how many years it would take for that body to become tidally locked. And then if that tidal locking occurs within the lifetime of that planet, based on how old that planet is, then that's a simple Boolean as to whether or not it's tidally locked. And if it is tidally locked, then obviously we can apply a mask like this and create a what is known as an eyeball planet. But I'm just thinking, if I... It's really what we want to do is we want to create one plus, because I need just a really subtle mask for this. So if we... See, that's already inverted, isn't it? So, hang on. No, that's fine, actually. So, yeah, we'll take that direction, invert it, so we've got our sunlight direction. And then if we... Yeah, if we tone that down a bit, like 0.25 or some such, add that to that. It's not reducing that by enough. So, all right. So the better way around of doing that then is we do it the other way around. So we take our mask, which would be that. We'll then invert that, because we're going to obviously multiply our base texture by the inversion of that mask. So that should be... Why is that doing that? if we add our simple scalar value to that, so that should make it go solid white. Yeah, and then that should make it go quite as much. Oh, I see what we're doing. Right, what we're doing is we're actually moving the termination line, which is not what I want to do. I'm just trying to get my head around how I'm going to do this. I'm going to use a power node, maybe. It's just going to make it sharper, I would have thought. So, yeah, so that's a really sharp line, which isn't too bad if we're using that as a mask. That should be identical. Right, so I'm going to have to lerp this one as well. There we go, that's more like it. Right, essentially I needed to do it the other side of a saturate node. So on that note, I might actually be able to simplify that a bit by multiplying that by a simple scalar. That will give us the same result. Yes, it does. Okay, so we don't need that lerp, then we can get rid of that one. We can get rid of that. So we still need a minus on there. Oops. That's interesting. Why is that not working the same way as the lerp? I often find this with materials. They don't always work the way I expect them to work. See, that's working exactly how I want it to work, but see, I assumed simply multiplying it by that value would do the same thing, but it's clearly not, so that's weird. Still, it gives us the result we're after, so that's the main thing. So in 2D, which isn't going to work because that's a procedural one, if we look at that on the bridge, that gives us our side. So if we now look at the actual live planet, assuming we're still parked in front of it, you can see that that gives us our day-night map on there. That's perhaps a little bit too dark, to be honest, but that's then something we can toggle on and off. Good night, Simply. Thanks for joining again. Actually, I always forget you can edit materials live while the game's running. Generally, you can't do that with most things. Yeah. The Terminator will return. Right, so maybe if we make that 0.05. Oh, of course, we've got to regenerate the material, haven't we? The wrong way around, so maybe 0.25. It's a bit more like it, though not particularly legible. Let's try it with the power a minute, see if we can just sharpen the Terminator slightly. It's going to be a bit of a balancing act. Actually. Right, so 1 is the default, so then 0.5 should be sharper. Okay, that's better. So it gives us more of a data line rather than like a realistic simulation of the Terminator. Just to, as a data overlay, generally you'd have a much more solid line there like that. So that's probably about as dark as we'd ever want it to go. Again, Delta? Thanks, Jamo. Okay, so that gives us two things we can now turn on and off. So we've got our day-night Terminator, we can turn on and off. Just make sure that we can actually turn it on and off. Just, yeah. It's difficult to see whether or not it's making that darker, because no, it's not too bad. It does auto exposure in the preview, which can be quite annoying when you're trying to judge something. That's a good idea, CSI. Yeah, I'll do that. Right, so all we need to do now is give this custom primitive data index, which restores that just to our base texture. Yeah, exactly, Dak. This is for the short range. There's loads of stuff we can pop in there just to give us toggles. Yeah, seasonality is something that will be much further down the line. Right, so in terms of keeping all of this organized, I will start collapsing some of these to material functions, and then we can obviously reuse them in other Planet Gen. For now, it can just sit there like that. So the other thing that it would be good to include would be like height map data. Like what I'd really love to do is do map lines, like gradient lines, like you'd get on an ordnance survey map. I haven't got the foggiest idea how to even start with that, but that's definitely something I'd like to do. And I guess we'd probably take the height map we've got here, and then start using the grayscale for the gradient. I do. Thank you, Claire. Yeah. That should give us actual height map. So, right, so that's our peaks and troughs. What I'd like to do with that is overlay that on this, and I don't know to be honest, whether that's going to just make it look weird, but let's give it a try and see. So if we do that, and give that a simple on or off, and then multiply that by that. I had a feeling it would mess it up. Okay, so that's doing some crazy negative stuff. Of course, no. Actually, don't want to multiply, we want to add, don't we? My bad. Right, so there's our base texture. So if we start bringing this in, what does that give us? Lighter mountings, I suppose, yeah. That's not really going to bring us any value either. To be honest, what we could do is, yeah, if we lerp this, and obviously this would have to be like the final step in the process, but if we have a scalar for, let me just create some nodes a minute. So hollow height map. And we can add color to this because we can just do that. Yeah, create that one. So again, so 0 would be nothing, and then 1 would be this. So if we times that by that, we'll give these some colors. So there's our base texture, there's our height map. And then we just need a vector parameter. Actually, we just want a standard 3 vector, like a constant 3 vector, one of them. Just pop these in here. This is just a testy test for now. Well, that's pretty psychedelic. Was I doing that previously? Oh, of course. because that's the alpha, so that goes in there. There we go. Now it's getting properly garish. That should just be grayscale, yes. Yeah, I think we're going to have to just come up with a decent color gradient for this, because it's going to look odd otherwise. Because the issue with the lerp here is it really depends on I guess power for this. So actually, if we put a power node onto that, generally you can shift the colors along. Oh, give me the pin like that, so you can actually shift where they go. So if you were to do like 0.5, should bring up the blue, yeah. One, two, three. Because of course the other thing I want to drive with the height map would be material tessellation. So we could potentially have an active topological map, which gives me an idea. Hang on. If we enable tessellation on this material, stick the center at 0, magnitude of 5. If this works the way I hope it's going to work, then it could make the holo display very, very cool looking. Assuming it ever saves. Right, so let's find ourselves a sphere that we can use. do. I just realised that's not a static mesh. That doesn't help me at all. So if we change the mesh type on this one to okay. Not seeing any tessellation. Oh, duh. Sorry, not thinking straight. Brain fuzz. Hey Eric, we're working on various different data layers for the short range sensors. Blah, 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 blah. What's going on here? So I'm assuming it's not liking. So this is essentially a triplanar projection that's projecting onto the sphere. So because of that, there's a lot of overlap going on. So what I would have to do is use the captured cube map as an input texture and then put that into the displacement. Essentially just create the cube map and remap that to the sphere, and then displacement would work. It doesn't like the fact that it's triplanar mapping, so that's fine. We can sort that out. That's a future problem though. For now, I think we'll just have a grayscale height map. And I'll find a way of making that a nice color gradient. That looks good. Earth won't look better, but I will fix that actually, yes. Because we are generating it from a test texture. Let me just find that. So, generate material, blah, 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 and I think, yeah, so that one there. actually have a better one than that. That one, I can't remember now. The clouds move, yeah. If you zoom in, look, you can see them just drifting quietly across the surface. See if we can do something with this texture. So it's a bit bright. Maybe drop that down by half. Give a chance for the shaders to catch up. Of course. Off, otherwise it won't render. Realistic. Probably going to overbright it a little bit. Let's give that a try. Help if it were at Earth. Oh, why would it beep? Oh, for some reason my scroll lock beeps. Weird. There we go. Much better. So the rotational aspect is off. Yeah, so we want the rotation to obviously match the map that we are familiar with. I'm wondering whether that's because I flipped that mesh. Where is it? This one. Let's just unflip that a minute and see whether or not that puts it back where it should be. Oh, it definitely will, Delta. Absolutely. So once we've actually got that stuff, they'll all be on there. Alright, that's better. So... okay. We need to add the same layer support to the textured planets as well. And these ones should be easier because we're not having to actually generate those textures. Where are we? So if we look at, where's the textured master one gone? There. That one. Try and keep it on topic there, Daniel. I'm struggling to keep up. Right, so we need to ideally get rid of these. Yeah, get rid of these switches and maybe lerp those in instead. We can add a height map texture to these as well. I don't need that anytime soon. Yeah, same with these as well. So if we get rid of that. Scalar parameter. All lies, Tycro. I'm just making it up as I go along. Thanks, autosave. What am I doing? What even is this? Ah, surface structures. So yeah. Actually, that's an interesting one. Oops. We need. Actually, I'll make this one text signals. So we need text signals and surface structures as separate masks. So we'll generate those separately. Right, so 0 is nout, 1 is all of it. Okay, and then that can go in there as an add. 0. I need to make sure that we choose the same custom data point. So we had 0 was clouds, 1 was day-night cycle. So we do 2 for text signals. Make sure I get these layers the right way around. Right, so same as before then. So that's our shadow, I think. Hang on. Which one are you? Yeah, you're the shadows. So one or that. And then we need a scalar for hollow clouds. And the same here. We can pop that in both of those. So that's our cloud layer, and then this one would be, again, add nothing or the clouds. Right, that brings the clouds back with their shadows, and then that would be 0 for off, 1 for on, and then make that custom primitive data point on 0. So that's the cloud layer, that's the surface details, and then we need our day-night cycle, which we will borrow from there. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate it. Let's give this a try a sec. So that's with none of the layers on. That's just a base texture. And we should have the same base texture here. So what we're going to need in our sensors data pool is a bunch of booleans now for all the different layers. So this is going to require an engine restart because of our struct bug in Unreal Engine. Right, so we want shorts. There's going to be a whole bunch of these. So one of the questions, I suppose, is which one of these are on and off by default. I guess we want clouds by default, potentially day-night by default. Maybe tech signatures off by default, because that does cover it with red dots. Let's give that a try and see. Right, and now I have to restart the engine. Yes. And no for all of that. It's true, I keep buying her nice things at the supermarket. Claire's like, don't buy me any chocolate. So I'm like, here, have some chocolate. It's true, I just can't help myself. What was I doing? Right, so we need buttons, don't we? That's what we need. It should do, Dirk, yeah. This is going to be very rough to begin with, obviously. That needs a better description, really. I thought that was wrong. It's very true, Firstus. Although hopefully not too many. Right, that'll do for now. Let's just get that working. Spares the first. It is misaligned. I should leave it misaligned just to drive everyone crazy. It would also drive me crazy, so I won't. That's not aligned properly yet, by the way. It's just literally chucked in there. So all of these need buttons. Sure, there's a quicker way of doing this. Okay, just need to send all these through as button presses now. So that's short range, hollow clouds off, and so on. Should be all we need to do there. Again, that's basically just firing those button presses through for replication via the player controller, which is then picked up here to be turned into actual actions that do something. Away. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we just need to make sure that these are the same. Okay, and then we just need to pass them back to the UI, fully replicated. And I don't think we need an action message on there. We just need to we need to invert the boolean. No, we don't. We don't even need to invert it because we're setting it specifically. So this one is clouds off, and then clouds on. Day, night, off. Day, night, on. Take signals off. And take signals on. So that's it for the display. Of course, we then need to handle the button enablement on the UI. But for here, we need to actually set our custom data, custom primitive data. So set custom data value. Right, so index 0 in this case. Oh, thank you, Delta. It means a lot. That should be custom primitive data 1. This one should be custom primitive data 2. So that should be enough to do the ball. But what's that then? I'm not convinced this is going to work, actually. I might need to set that value differently because I don't recall having to do this before. I might have used the wrong node. We will find out in a sec. Thank you, Mark. Girardelli? Not quite sure how you pronounce that. Let's just say hot fudge sauce. Okay, so that worked swimmingly, as in not at all. Yeah, I think that actually should be set Set custom primitive data float. I think that's what we wanted. I'll just give that a quick try. All right, why aren't you working? Tell you what, let's hook those buttons up a minute just to give us a toggle we can work with. So we want references to all of these. And we want a reference to that. Right, and then we just want a reference to that one. I've done that differently, but obviously not. So this is clouds off. So that wants to be enabled if clouds are off. So if that is true, let's do a select on these just so we don't get all confused. Right, so if show clouds is true, then we want the off button to be enabled. Yeah. Yay for logic problems. Okay. Let's copy these a bunch. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Clouds on. Daylight off. Daylight on. TextSig off. And TextSig on. Right, so clouds are on. Sorry, so if clouds are on, we want that, don't we? So yeah, if they're on and we're showing them to be true, turn it off. same with that one. Make sure we get the right boolean. Same here. So text signals and text signals. Right, that should make all of those buttons nicely toggleable. I promise I shall make time to have a look at it. Why are they all off? Let's turn all of these on by default. Let's see what it actually turns off. Okay, that came up correctly. Apart from that one. So I think the immediate complaint with this is going to be that that looks like they're on when in fact they're all off. So we could do with a better indicator to show that they are on. Still not doing anything there though. Let's see if we can figure out why. Where is it? Like that. So just to be sure, data index 0, value 1. Okay. Ooh, I wonder if it's because I haven't actually got any custom data enabled on here. Nope, definitely not that. Alright, time for some debug spam, I reckon. Get custom. That's not what we want. hoping we could read the value just to see whether it's actually setting it properly. So clouds off and clouds on. Right, let's just make sure that's working at least. A thought has occurred to me, and that thought is that I've just added all of this in the wrong place. Because as much as this is correct, this isn't the holo display, this is the sensors. So what I'm doing is sense less. Right, so sensors, short range, blah, 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 blah. And then there's a whole bunch of junk here that needs to move out of the way. Be gone, be gone, be gone. Right. So for a start, that needs to move out of the way there. That needs a branch. It only needs to happen if that's true. It's not true. Still doing that bit. Just get that out of the way. Right. Next, we will deal with generating our texture. Okay, and then that can go out of the way. Then, oops, then we need to go through our booleans here. Right, so we don't want that. We do want that, that, and that. Don't want that. There's our planet. There. Right, so set custom primitive data. Float. And then we'll run a select on these. 3 of them. And 3 of them. can't not tidy the nodes up. It's a thing. Right, so clouds was 0. Day night was 2. No, it wasn't. Day night was 1. Take signatures was 2. That's not even the right tick. Clouds, day, night, text signature was blah, 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 blah. Right, so that should now work. Now that I'm doing it in the right place and all. Ha! Great. Okay, so that all works. Text signatures doesn't yet for some reason. So I'll fix that one. But yeah, there we go. That works. Progress. So that bit's fine. Why aren't you working? Make sure that's right. That's right. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Tycho. So if text signatures is true, then the off button needs to be enabled. If it's already enabled, then that should be true. Yeah, so if it's true, then that should be off. Yeah, that's right. So that bit's okay. So nothing wrong with the logic there, which means the logic fault must be further back along. Oh yeah, there we go. That's why. So updating the 2D map should be as simple as just popping a scene capture call on the end of these. Just try it with those ones a minute. That should be enough to update the map. Hopefully it will update in real time. Good night, Dak. Thanks for joining the stream. Yeah, everyone should fear the auto cucumber. Okay, so it is working. Why is it closing the map? Oh, I know why it's closing the map. It's because we're not telling it to have the map open. Which means... No, because unless that's specifically fired, that shouldn't be hiding itself. Oh. Unless I have it there, of course. So we don't want to do that every time something happens. Just make sure that doesn't go, because yeah, I know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about, but let's pretend I do. I figured would happen. Ooh, no, it doesn't like that, does it? Why is it spinning in circles? Oh, I know why, because we haven't selected a planet. Ah. Hello. I'm okay, thank you. I've got half a cup of tea left. Okay. Very kind of you to offer. Say hello, everyone's... Wait.
Hi everyone!
Please. See, Claire's all croaky as well. Hurrah! Oh, they're working too. Yeah. Yep, we're getting there. Right. Okay, so that needs to move down here. So when we're doing full refresh, that's when we need to hide that. Right, that should stop it appearing when we don't want it to. Then on here, we need to dump those because those were nonsense and use that instead. And that's data index 1. And data index 2. And then all of these can pop down into here. In fact, I don't think we even need that delay, to be honest. Let's throw caution to the wind and get rid of it. Hey Alfie, good to see you. Right, so we've got no map by default, which is good. Clicky that E, pressy that E. Oh, now it doesn't want to stay. Oh, I know why. Okay, so Yeah, that's interesting actually. So these need to be set on the mesh before we take the cube map. Why is the surface map button refreshing the whole thing? Oh, I know why. I bet it's because we got a tick running, haven't we? Yeah, we do, because it's actually refreshing the distance to everything. Right, so that therefore means so that can't happen there. No. So we need basically an action message to specifically clear that, which we will call short. Clear map. Just go in there. And we just need to make sure that when we first open the window, the map is gotten rid of. Yeah, and if nothing's highlighted, it's also gotten rid of. So up here, this is the first time actually I've had a call to have two action messages at once. So I'm glad I went ahead and went to the effort of doing this so that I can have multiple action messages. So we only want to clear it if that's it, that's the only time. So I suppose the next problem so when we do this, before we do this, we essentially need to do what we're doing on the holo display. So if we grab that, and that, and that, and we do some copy pasty. So the first thing we want to do is set our custom primitive data before we do anything else. Let's just replace that with that. Right, and once we've done that, then we can generate the texture, because that's going to capture our cube map, which we want to happen obviously after we've set the custom primitive data. Otherwise, it'll be capturing previous values which are no longer relevant. Don't know what nodes you mean there, Daniel. Right, so hopefully that will set the conditions we need before it captures the cube map. So let's just give that a whirl. Yeah, it's just how it's laid out. It works. Right, so they're set like that. The map's not available. We click that. It has clouds, so the map should also have clouds. Hoorah! It also has its day-night terminator, so we should now be able to turn these things off together. Hoorah! Then we can turn our text signatures on and off as well, and that's the whole lot. And then the holo display and the map should always be completely in sync. Great. Yeah, so the key thing with this was getting this working at a basic level and kind of, you know, doing the whole proof of concept thing where we're able to turn layers on and off on the fly. We're absolutely there now with that tonight, so that's good. So really the only thing left to do with this system over time is just add more and more data layers as we go. So yeah, things like weather patterns, topology maps, maybe even political maps, where if you've gotten to know a particular civilization, there could be like borders drawn on the map. I guess, you know, that's an infinitely deep rabbit hole, isn't it? Let's, out of interest, let's go and investigate a terrestrial planet somewhere else. I'm interested to see how it's going to render with the procedural textures. That'll do. Oh yeah, I forgot I broke that. Hang on. Well, while it is broken, actually, let's just look at that one there. So that's way too bright, but that's supposed to be the topology map. Yeah, we can maybe do something with that. It's not very height mappy, but I think if we use more of a noise function to generate the terrain, then the actual height layers will become more obvious. Yeah, I'll work on that. For now, we will turn that off. So just regenerate that a sec. Okay, so clouds on and off is working. Day-night terminator is working. And text signatures, there aren't any. It will, yes, because the undersea area has a height map as well. And in fact, we'll even be able to turn off the water and show the terrain underneath, which is really cool. Great. So these buttons are only going to work on sort of barren rocky worlds and the pre-textured worlds like Earth, Mars, etc. In order to get this working on the other types of planets like gas giants, it's going to require doing this same work on all of their base materials, which I will leave for another night because it's 5 to midnight here in the UK, and I'm losing the ability to speak. But before I end the stream, I did notice there was a display error here. There was a display error there. I did see it. Let me just fix that, and then I shall be calling it a night. Yeah, it's that thing in the background that just needs getting rid of. Actually, we can probably even already just have it gone by default. Let's just find that a sec. So long range target list. Is it that one? Yeah, that one. There was that text block. So if we hide that by default, that should solve that little problem. Yeah, there we go. It's gone now. Let's just make sure that it actually comes back when it's needed. Right, so if we go 2,000 light years away from the Sol. Oh, something I'm planning to do, by the way. The light year distance that it's showing is sometimes a little bit funky, in that it puts like 01 after everything. It's not doing it at the moment. What I think I might do is, once it reaches 1,000 light years, I might drop the decimal from the end, because 0.33 kind of meaningless when you're dealing with thousands of light years. That might just clean up the display a little bit, so it just loses the decimal. And then the decimal will return when it's less than 1,000 light years. Yeah, true. Right, that should be enough to give us the error. So this isn't actually doing anything yet. This is literally just a text. This is text that I've typed in manually. It's just an example of how it will work once it's actually calculating this. Oh look, it's still there. Right, that needs to be gotten rid of. So if you do a system which is less than 2,000 light years, you get the display of planets. That example. Like that. If it's over 2,000 light years, you get an estimation instead. So basically, what we're doing with this is we are really significantly limiting the amount of information you have available to you beyond that 2,000 light year cutoff. And it also happens to be conveniently the same distance that we have for real world data. So any of the real world stars fall into that 2,000 light year range, which is great. And anything beyond, you're going to have to move closer to perform the survey. But there are 18 million real world stars within 2,000 light years, and significantly more procedural stars on top of that. So that within that 2,000 light year radius, you've got easily 20-30 million stars that can be scanned. So yeah, there's a lot to be looking at. Right, there we go. So I shall leave it there. I can zoom out. There we go. I've just realised how absolutely tiny that the heat range is on that star. Does it even go beyond the star? Hang on. Yeah, let's zoom in on that. Sorry, I've become distracted. Yeah, look, that star is so cold, being a Y class, that the temperature gradients are inside the star. Which means anything, like, you're never going to get anything warm enough for anything next to a Y class. That's crazy. Right, sorry, I shall stop being distracted. Oh, actually, yes, CSI came up with a great idea earlier. Before I end the stream, shall I play the Dev Shed tour again, real quick? Does anyone want to see it again? Or anyone that missed it the first time round? Okay, then I shall do that. So, if I can find it. Where did I put it? Desktop, there we go. Oh, hang on. No, stop. Right, so I shall say goodnight now, and thank everyone for joining the stream. And once this video has finished, I will just end the stream. So yeah, thank you again everyone for watching. It's always a pleasure to have you along for the ride. And I shall see you all on Sunday at the usual time. So bye for now and enjoy the video. And I shall turn off the music. Alright, I figured as the build's nearly done, or at least mostly done, we'll do a bit of a tour of what's all going. So we have a trench, and the reason we have a trench is because that sprung a leak, a really big leak, and it was spraying water about 12 feet into the air. So all that needs to be replaced. And then we're going to have a pipe that runs all the way along here. Sorry, it's dark. This is the first chance I've had to record anything. Which takes us up to the Dev Shed. As you can see, today we had some rock wool put in, which is soundproofed and basically just insulation material. The cabling has been run for the electrics. We got sockets and things going in. We have an abnormally low light switch, so that needs to be moved up. Floor is done. It's insulated and boarded. Obviously, ceiling still needs doing. Those walls still need rock wool putting in, which is why all that's there. Let's have a little tour. So, in this corner here, we're going to have a small sink and a kettle, which is why that plug socket is there. That's down there for a fridge. It's a little mini fridge, kettle, sink, and that's all my snack and tea needs taken care of. I'll have a small sofa where those rock wool bags are. And if you come down here, this is the dev desk. And as you can see, we've got a whole bunch of sockets put in. So that's 7 double sockets. That's 14 plugs. I think I'm going to need about 10 because there's 2 PCs, 3 monitors per PC, plus some peripherals. So we'll probably fill all of those up. But that's on a 40 amp feed, so we shouldn't be blowing anything up anytime soon. yeah, so this is my desk here. Claire's desk will be next to me, and that's a 3 meter span, so I'll probably get 2 1.5 meter desks, and I'm getting one of those ones you can raise up and down, so rather than sitting on my ass all day, I can actually get up and do some stand-up deving. You can see here that we've been scribbling over the walls where to put stuff, so PC is going up there. We're going to stick some extra noggins in between the stud just to screw the PC to. Claire's PC is there. Claire's PC going up there. And we will have a typical set of streamer shelves on this side, and that plug socket down there is specifically just for a whole bunch of LED lights because I am a literal unicorn. And yeah, that's it. So that's the dev shed in its entirety. It's not a huge space, but it'll be enough for what we need. And the important thing is, aside from all the power and desk space there, is this area which is currently covered in crap. This is going to be the VR development area. So there's plenty of ceiling space. I think I'm 6 foot, and I can only just touch that, so I'm not going to be clonking the ceiling with VR controllers very often. And all the lights are going to be spotlights, so nothing's going to be dangling down. Yeah, which gives us all this space for VR dev. And that's it. That's where we're at. As for when it's going to be ready, we've still got to clad the outer walls with this anthracite concrete boarding stuff. Essentially it's fireproofing. The rock wall's also fireproof, so it's going to have an 1.5 hour burn through. Oh, light's gone off. No, battery's dying. Oh well, I'll just do it without the light. Yeah, so we've got the cladding to go on the outside, boarding to go on the inside. First fix is done for all the electrics. So yeah, I reckon about maybe mid next week it should be ready for carpeting and painting. And then I can move in. So yay for that. And yeah, I can't show you anything else because my camera died. Bye!